going to join us, Cinema. That's fine, thank you. Okay, we're going to sing Jai Radha Madhava. Everybody knows it except for Sunuma. Sunima, welcome. We're just going to have a class on Bhagavad-gita. Have you read Bhagavad-gita? Okay, try and make it introductory today. And we sing a little 4-lined song. Just try and, you don't have a sheet, just try and follow along. Might be a little difficult. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jai Gopi Janna Vallabha Girivaradari Jaya Gopi Janna Vallabha Girivaradari Yasodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yasodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Tiravanachari Yamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janna Vallabha Girivaradari Jaya Gopi Janna Vallabha Girivaradari Yasodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yasodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Tiravanachari Yamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Shri Radha Madhava ki jai Prabhupada ki jai Gaura Premanandi Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutare Srimati Prabhu Vishnu Prabhuti Namane Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutare Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swamini Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavari Paschatadeshatarine. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna. Thank you for inviting me, Ashraya Tattva Babu, and of your nice friendliness. My name is Kaliya Krishna, and I live a long way away, relatively speaking, other side of this state, and just visiting here for a few days. So I think you have class every day, do you, Ashraya? So Tuesday's the day, huh? Okay. So my good fortune to be here. Got an opportunity to discuss this wonderful transcendental subject matter. So I think we've got some studious students of the Bhagavad-gita. Thomas, you're studying a lot. Always got your notebook there, and that's good. Dive into it deeply and assimilate the deep truths. And some others are also practicing bhakti yogis here. And I think Sunuma, you're probably pretty new at the Bhagavad-gita, huh? I think you mentioned to me yesterday you were considering reading it, but you haven't read Bhagavad. Okay, so you've got a bit of an idea. Okay, good. So I think we're just beginning the Bhagavad-gita on the first chapter. So we're going to read. Oh, I got the verse. First one, that's 21 there. Okay, great. Okay, we'll repeat the shloka. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Reading from the Srimad Bhagavad-gita, first chapter, Observing the Armies. And we're reading 3 texts today, 21, 22 and 23. So they're all on the same kind of subject. So I think we can read the verse if everyone like to read after me. Arjuna Uvacha Senayorubayor Madhye Ratam Stapayame Tuta Yavad Etan Nariksheham Yodu Kaman Avastitan Kairmaya Sahayodabhyam Asmin Rana Samudjame Senayorubayor Madhye Ratam Stapayame Tuta Yavadetan Nariksheham Yodu Kaman Navastitan Kayamaya Sahayodabhyam Asmin Rana Samudjame. Anyone like to read the sloka? Ratam Stapayame Chita Yavadetan Nariksheham Yodu Kaman Navastitan Karmaya Sayodavam Asmin Rana Samudjame. kaman avastitan karmaya sayodavyam asmina samudhyame. Very good. Anyone else like to try? Maybe any of the ladies? Arjuna uvacha senayo vayo madhye yatam stapayane chitta yavadetan niriksheham yorutam vastitam. One more? Bit shy, eh? Okay. The word for word. Arjuna uvacha. Arjuna said, Senayo of the armies, Ubayo of the two parties, Madhye between, Ratam the chariot, Stapaya please keep, may, my, Achyuta, O infallible one, Yavat as long as, Etan all these, Nirikshe may look upon, Ham I, Yodu Kaman desiring to fight, Avistitam arrayed on the battlefield, Kai with whom, Maya by me, Saha together, Yodavyam have to fight, Asmin in this, Rana strife, Samudhyame in the attempt. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Arjuna said, O infallible one, please draw my chariot between the two armies, so that I may see those present here who desire to fight and with whom I must contend in this great trial of arms. So, you can repeat. Arjuna said, O infallible one, please draw my chariot between the two armies, so that I may see those present here who desire to fight and with whom I must contend in this great trial of arms. Srila Prabhupada's purport. Although Lord Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, out of His causeless mercy, He was engaged in the service of His friend. He never fails in His affection for His devotees, and thus He is addressed as infallible. That is the name Achyuta. As charioteer, He had to carry out the orders of Arjuna, and since He did not hesitate to do so, He is addressed as infallible. Although He had accepted the position of a charioteer for His devotee, His supreme position was not challenged. In all circumstances, He is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Rishikesha, the Lord of the total senses. The relationship between the Lord and His servitor is very sweet and transcendental. The servitor is always ready to render service to the Lord, and similarly, the Lord is always seeking an opportunity to render some service to the devotee. He takes greater pleasure in His pure devotees assuming the advantageous position of ordering Him than He does in being the giver of orders. This is a pivotal part of the explanation, that the Lord takes greater pleasure in being in reciprocating and facilitating his devotee than what he does in just receiving service alone. So keep that in mind. Since he is master, everyone is under his orders, and no one is above him to order him. But when he finds that a pure devotee is ordering him, he obtains transcendental pleasure, although he is the infallible master in all circumstances. As a pure devotee of the Lord, Arjuna had no desire to fight with his cousins, but he was forced to come out onto the battlefield by the obstinacy of Duryodhana, who was never agreeable to any peaceful negotiation. Therefore, he was very anxious to see who the leading persons present on the battlefield were. Although there was no question of a peacemaking endeavor on the battlefield, he wanted to see them again and to see how much they were bent upon demanding an unwanted war. So I'm going to comment on this one and discuss it until we go on to the next one, which is shorter. So I was born in the darkest of ignorance, and the spiritual master is forcing my eyes open with the torchlight of transcendental knowledge of humble obeisance under his lotus feet. By the mercy of the spiritual master, the lame man can cross mountains, and the dumb man can recite eloquent Vedic poetry. Hare Krishna. So again, the sloka, Arjuna said, O infallible one, please draw my chariot between the two armies so that I may see those present here who desire to fight and with whom I must contend in this great trial of arms. So there's a anecdote, example of understanding the essence of this exchange that Krishna enjoys with his devotee. It's given in Lord Chaitanya's pastimes of when he was travelling and preaching about the Sankirtan, the glories of Sankirtan, and he claimed and the learned scholars, the Brahmanas, are interested in discussing aspects of philosophical, points and understandings. And Lord Chaitanya was pleased to go there and see the famous Balaji deity, take darshan. And then when he was observing the devotees and these Brahmin scholars, he saw that one man was being a little ridiculed. He was sitting there with his Bhagavad-gita. Somehow the scholars were somewhat disparaging and a little mocking this Brahmana, and Lord Chaitanya wondered what the dynamic was, and he approached the Brahmana who was sitting down, and he saw that he was looking quite emotional, tears coming from his eyes. And the Lord asked him, what part of it is in this scripture that is giving you so much, love, this experience? The tears coming from the eyes is a symptom of devotees who are, developing a, very deep, beautiful understanding of Lord Krishna. So the Brahmana said, my dear sir, I cannot read, but my spiritual master has requested me to read Bhagavad-gita every day, so I'm simply trying. And then Lord Chaitanya queried that, well, if you can't read the Bhagavad-gita, how is it that you're exhibiting these symptoms of advanced devotion? And the Brahmin looked at Lord Chaitanya and he said, well, I can understand from the pictures of Krishna that he has taken the role, the subservient role of being the servant of his devotee. He's put the devotee in the superior position of ordering him, take my chariot here, take my chariot there, left, right, go straight ahead. So Lord Chaitanya, he he embraced that Brahmin and he said, actually, you are the real knower of Bhagavad-gita because you understand the relationship between the pure devotee and the Lord. The relationship between the pure devotee and the Lord is explained here, that the Lord enjoys reciprocating and serving because, why is that? The Lord is fulfilling everyone's desires in the whole universe. But why is it a special pleasure for the Lord to fulfill the orders? Many people go into the church and religious place and, put their requests forward. I'd like to go to America. Can you help me? I'd like to pass my English examinations and I apply for my permanent residence. So many requests. Sometimes people write the note and they put it in the donation box. So they may or may not have their desires fulfilled at that time, depending on their, bank account of karmic activity. But for the Lord, but for the relationship, but for the devotee, there's a special mentality that attracts the Lord. That is the mentality of devotion. That the devotee, he has no personal selfish motivation. He wants to act in the Lord's plan, and therefore his motivation is not a selfish motivation. In fact, the devotee is quite willing to undergo some tribulations if it means that the Lord will be satisfied. And here is a good example of it, because Arjuna is going to be put through a very undesirable, unpalatable situation externally. On the material platform, what could be worse than having to fight with relatives and kill them? And we're going to see that drama unfold as the scene progresses. Arjuna is asking, I want to see who is on the battlefield, who has come here to fight with me. Draw my chariot up close. The picture's there on the cover, with Krishna driving the chariot. And this is an arrangement of Krishna. Krishna has a plan in mind. In fact, my friend Amritananda, who's an avid reader, has revealed that there is some explanation by Vyasadeva, the compiler, that he compiled the great epic of the Mahabharata, of which the Bhagavad-gita is the central theme. And it is explained somewhere, according to this source, who usually quotes from the scripture, that the whole of this great Mahabharata epic, which if you watch it on the Indian station, it goes on for many, many episodes, but according to the Acharya's understanding, the whole thing was put together just so the Bhagavad-gita could be spoken, because these are the concrete principles by which we can progress in enlightenment. Enlightenment, according to Bhakti, means to understand how the relationship works between the jiva and the Ishvara, the controller. Krishna is the controller, and the jiva, we are the controlled. So how that relationship progresses to the stage of full-hearted, full-faith surrender to the Lord. So Arjuna, he is a, what they call Jivan Mukta. He is a soul that is beyond the contamination, the effect of anything that happens in the material world. Although it will seem that Arjuna becomes perplexed and bewildered like we do. We're going along fine. everything's not too bad, but when there's a big upheaval or crisis in our life, then we may question, and doubts come, and even in our faith, whatever our faith is and whatever our practice of our faith is, it may be shaken, it may be tested, it will be tested if we're sincere in our aspiration, in our desire to understand this treasure of devotion, because Krishna says that the understanding of devotional service is like a deep treasure. Sadrisham means it's a very deep and confidential understanding that the Lord is explaining, and that anyway, the idea is that Krishna is arranging a situation where his devotee, who is normally a very confident and dedicated servant of the Lord, where he's put in a predicament where it seems he can't understand what's going on and why it's going on. Now this is not an ordinary predicament that happens to you and I or anyone else. This is a predicament where there is a purpose to Krishna bewildering his devotee, overpowering his devotee. So we'll see what that purpose is as the Bhagavad-gita unfolds and Krishna reveals his message. And that message is simple for an enlightened, a genuine spiritual master, that the message is simple and clear, because Srila Prabhupada, who has given Bhagavad-gita, has revealed the purpose of Bhagavad-gita like no one else has. The purpose is simply to glorify this process of progressive devotion to the Lord. In every chapter we'll see that there are conclusive statements which establish this process of bhakti yoga as superior to any other process, including gyan, philosophical knowledge, ritualistic religious performance, severe restraint and reclusiveness. All these kinds of things may have some benefit, but unless they lead to the point of revealing our real nature and the process to fulfill our innermost need, then those processes won't come to the perfection that bhakti can come to. I made a couple of little notes here about this, just quickly. So, I think it might be better to read the next verse, and then we can see if there's some areas that we can explain and analyze. Hare Krishna. Is that all right? Thank you. So the next verse, I'll just read the Sanskrit sloka. Yotsyamanam abheksheham ya ete trasamagata datarastrasya durbuder yude priya chikir sabha. And the translation for this verse reads, Arjuna speaking still, "Let me see those who have come here to fight, wishing to please the evil-minded son of Dhritarashtra." Prabhupada explains, it was an open secret that Duryodhana wanted to usurp the kingdom of the Pandavas by evil plans in collaboration with his father Dhritarashtra. Therefore, all persons who had joined the side of Duryodhana must have been birds of the same feather. Arjuna wanted to see them on the battlefield before the fight was begun, just to learn who they were. But he had no intention of proposing peace negotiations with them. It was also a fact that he wanted to see them to make an estimate of the strength which he had to face, although he was quite confident of victory because Krishna was sitting by his side. So here's the scene. Everyone is arrayed to fight against the desires of the pious brothers, Arjuna and Yudhisthira, against their endeavours to somehow settle some negotiation, even by taking a very humble role to accept just the kingdom was rightfully their inheritance, but to settle the dispute because their cousins who weren't the rightful heirs had manipulated and made politics and even assassination attempts so many times to try to get control and enjoy the kingdom, the fruits of being the royalty. But Arjuna's family, deferring to the greedy and materialistic desires of these Kurus, they offered, well, just give us a little place to rule and you can have the whole thing. But Duryodhana, he was not agreeable to any negotiation. He just wanted to exterminate the Pandavas at any cost. This is the nature of deep-seated envy, which is described later in the Bhagavad-gita. Obstinacy, pride, arrogance, anger, deceit. These are all manifestations of a very polluted consciousness, polluted by the desire to exploit material energy for our own selfish purposes. And then this can take over the consciousness because of the modes of nature, because of the lower modes of nature, the lower energies of passion and ignorance. Then the consciousness can be very much contaminated and inflamed to the point where common sense has gone out of the window. Any respectable dealings, they're not evident in this kind of mentality. So this is the situation. These personalities headed by Duryodhana and Dhritarashtra had enlisted the help of so many people because they had implicated people by giving, the rulers, it said by ancient politician Chanakya that you can dominate the subordinates by giving some bribe, by giving some position, by threatening, or some kind of diplomacy like that. So even though there was some very you could say outstanding personalities that were on the other side, they felt, it's explained that they felt obligated to Duryodhana in some way or another, even though they didn't necessarily agree with his position. He had, got their support. So Arjuna was looking at them and thinking, this is, as Prabhupada says here, birds of the same feather. Even though they may have not had that degraded mentality, still they'd given their support and they were complicit, it said. Even though they didn't arrange the battle, they became implicated in the reactions of it. And Arjuna knew he had to deal seriously with this situation because it was Krishna's direction. But we find that as the scene develops, and Arjuna, he just looks into their faces, and this sadness comes over him. I can't do it, Krishna. These are my relatives. You've never showed us killing your own relatives. You've killed others who are enemies, but you're asking me to kill the relatives. So this is the dilemma, the perplexity of Arjuna. And Krishna will have to convince Arjuna that there's no other choice. Either we submit to Krishna's will, when it becomes clear what Krishna's will is, or we avoid it or become against it. There's only two options there that Krishna's giving. So Krishna will make this clear as the conversation ensues. Arjuna puts forward some arguments and some possible alternatives, just going to the forest and or even being killed on the battlefield, not fighting. So these are options that Arjuna suggests. But Krishna, we'll see in the next verses that Krishna has arranged this whole situation, and he knows that this is an opportunity to speak this most important and rational truth for the whole world. This is the most important book in the whole history, and therefore we're studying these verses systematically to understand the deep meaning of the whole drama of Bhagavad-gita. So Krishna, he likes to be ordered by the devotee, and so the situation for Arjuna was different. He came as a particular representative of the spiritual realm, where people are freed from the contamination or the misconception that serving ourselves will satisfy us. People in the spiritual world don't have that misconception. They're willing to serve the Lord because of love, because they have so much love for the Lord that they don't actually consider what will be the personal consequences. So this is anathema, or what's the word? It's incomprehensible in the material situation, because we've been endeavoring by hook or by crook, by every possible means, to somehow or other become satisfied without God, without Krishna. And it hasn't been working. And here we are in the Hare Krishna temple, experimenting with another option. Find out what devotional service means. Find out what pure devotion implies, what the application of it is in our life. So this is why Arjuna came. Arjuna didn't come to win a kingdom. Arjuna didn't come to have a big adventure in the material world. Arjuna came as a associate of the Lord, and he is a pure soul with no misconception about being happy in the material world, and that comes up in Bhagavad-gita. Krishna says that the material world is what is it? Asaspatam. What's the term? Abraham. Dukkalayam. Dukkalayam. Rajavilas Prabhu in his class recently, he was saying, Alayam means a particular place. He said, I forgot the names, common Indian names where you go to some place to get something, shops and different places. So Dukkha Alayam means a place where there's misery. And Krishna explains that this material world is a place of misery. And a saspatam, anything you get to counteract that misery will not last. So Arjuna understands that. And he will act by his intrinsic pure nature to resolve his situation by asking Krishna to help him. And this is the only resort of the pure devotees, that when there is a difficulty, and we see that our own resolutions are somehow blocked, then Krishna, please help me. Krishna, guide me. Krishna, give me the understanding to be able to receive your merciful instructions, both from without, through knowledge, and through the wizened souls, and also from within. Krishna's within his conscience, and the super soul within guiding us. So this particular time we're worshipping Krishna. As you can see on the altar, Krishna with his mother Yasoda, and she's tying him up. And the whole nature of this interchange is that Krishna is being subdued by Mother Yasoda. And this is one of the highest revelations of the spiritual nature, that Krishna is enjoying being the naughty son of his mother, who can be chastised by his mother. And Krishna's feeling fear of his mother when she's chasing him with a stick. So Krishna's, in a way, he's not really play acting. His energies arrange the scene where he can really get into the drama. Mother, don't hit me with a stick. He starts crying. All right, she puts the stick down. I'll tie you up, you naughty boy. I don't want to make you too afraid, but I'm going to teach you a lesson. So these interchanges, they're like real life. Or we could say that this life that we're living is just a reflection of the real life that's happening in the spiritual realm, where nobody has a feeling of, you can say, of being lacking the confidence to have a very special, unique relationship with Krishna, where Krishna loves that service of that particular devotee and reciprocates it and provides everything the devotee desires in order to offer his service to the Lord. So another example of this is the example in the spiritual world, Goloka Vrindavan. There are examples in Lord Chaitanya's different incarnations, particular Lord Chaitanya, who appeared 500 years ago and spread the philosophy of Krishna consciousness acting as a devotee. There's a particular interaction where one devotee called Ramananda Rai, he approaches the Lord and seeks the blessings of the Lord, and the Lord takes the position of his student, because Ramananda Rai is a very pure and elevated devotee, and he says, please tell me about religion, the highest religion. And Ramananda Rai admits in humility, you are the source of everything. I can only speak if you put the words in my mouth. And the Lord says, don't be so humble, Ramananda Rai. You are a great advanced devotee. I want to hear from you the understandings of Krishna consciousness. And a great discourse ensues where Ramananda Rai expresses so many deep truths about the practice of Krishna consciousness. And eventually these explanations about the relationships in the spiritual world, he's able to express them by the Lord's mercy. And the Lord relishes being the student of a pure devotee. So the relationship between Krishna and the devotee is not just stereotyped. This role and this role, like in the material world, you're the boss and you're the worker, whatever you can think of. But it's not stereo. It's flowing. Sometimes it changes the roles. Krishna likes that. Everything's fresh and new in the spiritual world. So I'm going to just leave my little explanation there for the time being, and maybe hear from some of the devotees about what their understanding of this topic is. That way we can stir a bit of the different... Prabhupada wanted us to discuss together to understand different angles. This is a very preliminary subject for devotees who are studying Krishna consciousness, to study the introductory scene of the Bhagavad-gita. There's very deep subjects that are discussed throughout the Gita, the modes of nature, the different symptoms of divine and demoniac mentalities, the workings of the material nature. But this is a very preliminary subject, but it's absolute if we pray to Krishna to see how that applies in the material life. Then it becomes can become helpful to us. So I hope there's some helpful insights there. I've been trying to practice Krishna consciousness for a long time, about 46 years, and still every day sometimes Krishna has to, you know, put it in my face. You're not the controller. You're not the big guy. You know, we're just a tiny speck. We're a tiny speck in that. But we are significant. We're given that special blessing to understand this important information and practice it. And step by step, as this knowledge, as we practice the process of Krishna consciousness, then our confidence and assurance, faith, will definitely increase, because this is reality, that we have a relationship with Krishna. We've ignored that relationship with Krishna. We can renew that relationship with Krishna, and that will be a great relief as we can perhaps, you know, express ourselves from coming to Krishna consciousness, as we've, you know, heard so many experiences of devotees when they come to the point of realizing that, you know, Krishna is the real shelter. The spiritual master is representing the shelter of Krishna, and we don't have to worry. Devotional service can be explained that, like an animal, when it's owned by a master, it's the master's duty to feed and protect the animal, just like I was down there with Krishna Kirtan today, looking after his little bullocks, and Ashraya's involved too. They're very careful to make sure there's enough water, there's enough food, the place is clean. It's a good example to me, because I also have some cows and bullocks, and to see these dutiful masters of their, you know, their wards, their responsibilities, then it's a part of devotion to see God in the, you know, in the manifestation of all different living beings. That's a sign of advanced devotion. Of course, we may do it, just follow the regulations so that we don't, you know, do anything wrong. But that's an example that's given in the scripture. When one is surrendered in Krishna consciousness, then he has the confidence that Krishna will protect and maintain us. That's one of the symptoms of our surrender to Krishna. So we experience that. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Pastor.
Thomas, okay, sure.
Yeah, it's okay to ask a question?
You certainly can.
You mentioned that Arjuna and Mahabharata was set up in such a way that the Bhagavad-gita would be spoken and then the book would be told, and so in that way it was all like a pastime.
Correct.
And it was a pastime to glorify his devotees and to spread the message of Krishna consciousness and devotional service.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you mentioned that there's a difference between what we're experiencing and what Arjuna experienced in the war. So how can we see our challenges not as tests, but opportunities to, points in time where Krishna is glorifying the devotees, and in that way overcome the challenges?
I think it's a nice question, Thomas. I'll just repeat it. You're asking that I mentioned that Arjuna's situation is different from a conditioned soul. He is, he is more or less acting a role that he feels Krishna wants him to act, whereas we're trying to find out how Krishna wants us to act. So there's devotees here who have some experience with this. Would anyone like to make some comments? We have some nice, very experienced devotees here, and I didn't want to just be what do they call it? Defender of the faith. Sometimes we take the role of defender of the faith, and sometimes we take the role of a doubter. Because sometimes when you just stay in the audience and you're trying to think of questions, you tend to take that role of the doubter. And some people stay in that role for a long time. But when you actually try to share the strengthening of faith through practice, then you become a defender of the faith. And that increases our faith, because we have to think why the process is working for me and why it should work for someone else. So it's good to experience both sides of it. So let's hear from some of the devotees about this topic. Why is it different for Arjuna than a conditioned soul?
Hare Krishna. Well, because Arjuna is an eternal associate of Krishna. So as you just said before, he was playing a role, whereas we are in the material world because we turn away from Krishna. So that's a major difference. But if anybody fully can surrender, then Krishna has to step in, because then Krishna takes responsibility and interferes and create a situation which is going to be ultimately the most beneficial for the conditioned souls who turn back towards him. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, this is a practical insight that the devotees, the people who have turned away from Krishna, they have to be shown how to turn back to Krishna in surrender. This is more or less what you're saying.
Yes, and once they do that, then Krishna actually obliged to interfere and take over. Not always the way we want it necessarily, but he really takes charge.
This is a point in your response, your understanding that when the devotee begins to try to surrender to the Lord, at that time that Krishna will be obliged to reciprocate. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but that means the devotee needs to surrender properly. If we want Krishna to, because usually what happens, we don't fully surrender, so we do a partial surrender, and then we do some things on our own, and we also expect Krishna to do some things. So if we want Krishna fully take charge, we have to fully surrender, because then he has to really take charge. But if we try to do it both ways, then it's going to be a mixed result too.
So this is a very specific mentality that's required. What you're suggesting, this mentality of full surrender. Thank you for that comment, Savadashi, because these things are important in the understanding of Bhagavad-gita, aren't they? Understanding about surrender. It's just not understanding some philosophical, some philosophy and some intricate points, subtle points of material nature and how it all works. This is actually the philosophy of the heart. Krishna consciousness is the, Prabhupada said it's, one devotee said it's Parthasarathy Maharaj, who wrote a book, Bhakti, something of the heart. But it's Bhakti is a path of opening up the heart, softening the heart. Krishna's, Prabhupada, he explains in the coming purport that Arjuna, by nature, he's a very soft-hearted person. He's a pure devotee from the spiritual realm, but he has to act, in a role but Krishna has a plan to ultimately benefit everyone. So Arjuna has to sort of step out of his normal role of this soft-hearted natured devotee, love for every little creature. Krishna Kirtan wouldn't kill the tick. One of the girls took it off. He said, "Shall I kill it?" No. He's a soft-hearted devotee. I'm not like that. Nice point, Savadashi, that pure devotion is the real point of every verse in the Bhagavad-gita, isn't it? It's either supporting pure devotion or establishing pure devotion.
Yeah, and that's why it usually takes a long time, because it's easy to understand that on the intellectual level and accept, fully surrender, but to actually live it and to actually do it in all circumstances, that's a different.
And also what?
In all circumstances, to actually fully surrender.
Consent.
Yeah, that's the difficulty. It's one thing to understand on the intellectual platform, yes, fully surrender, but it's another thing to implement it in our life in every single day, in all times and all circumstances.
Yeah, these are nice points, Sabadashi. Thank you very much. Anyone like to respond to those points, or would you like to give some?
There was another point that these names that they call each other throughout Bhagavad-gita. Arjuna calls Krishna many different names,
Yeah.
and Krishna calls Arjuna many different names. And what it brings up is that the nature of their relationship is very intimate. It's a very loving relationship. And the Krishna is willing to put himself into a position which is a little awkward. Like in this position, he's fearful. In the leela of Yashoda's anger because he's misbehaving. He's experiencing the awkward position of fear, but it's in a loving dynamic. And it intensifies that love. And he's playing a role of a servant to Arjuna, which is also an awkward position. Hridayananda Maharaj once sort of elaborated upon what is the role of a charioteer. He said that in a battlefield situation, there's so much chaos, so unbelievable amount of noise and screaming and carnage. You know, there's blood and limbs and weapons and people are killing each other all around. So there's just a chaotic situation. So the charioteer can't speak to the warrior can't speak to the charioteer.
Yeah.
So how he communicates with the charioteer is by pushing him with his foot.
Yeah.
So Arjuna's got his foot
On Krishna.
on Krishna. He's kicking him this way and kicking him that way to indicate, go here, go there. When the battle is in full swing, in this stage he's speaking to him and he says, draw my chariot between the two armies. But once it starts, there's no more speaking. It's just kicking with his foot.
Yeah.
So there's even more
Superior.
servant-like than like a chauffeur. It's even more than a chauffeur, because the chauffeur you talk
Tell him
to,
what to do.
you don't kick him to tell him which way you want to go.
Mm.
But it emphasizes the name that Arjuna calls him is Achyuta. It means that he's infallible. And how Prabhupada phrases it is that he's infallible, meaning that he never fails in his affection for his devotees. He's always there in the time of difficulty. He never fails in that. He's always going to be there when the devotee is in difficulty, when the devotee needs him. He never fails in his affection. So the name Achyuta is significant. Arjuna is calling Krishna Achyuta out of recognition for him, his unfailing affection. So that I think is also significant from the very beginning of Bhagavad-gita. We're having this, it's laying out the dynamic as being a loving exchange. Even though there's mechanical aspects to it, there's people there's a war and reasons for the war, and some have usurped the kingdom and they need to be dealt with. There's practical things that are happening, but at the same time, the essential component from the very beginning is this loving relationship between Krishna and Arjuna. And it's typified by the names that they call each other. But all the way along, these different names refer to different characteristics of their loving dynamic. It makes it that much more instead of just
It makes it more palpable or understandable, because from one point of view, how can Krishna ask a devotee, a pure-hearted devotee, to cut off everyone's heads and smash them to pieces? But when we understand that there's a transcendental dynamic going on, and that Arjuna's focus is inward, even though he's carrying out extra, because Krishna says, you remember me and at the same time do this fighting. So Arjuna has to go into this samadhi-like state. I'm a servant of the Lord. I am not the doer. Krishna is the doer. Right? Krishna is the doer. I'm just somehow involved by Krishna's energies in his arrangement. He's the doer. So I'll give you an example that maybe everyone can relate to a little bit. I heard an old friend, Bhagavad-gita Das. He's a very dedicated preacher of Krishna consciousness. He was my Bhakta leader. He had to go through some trauma on behalf of Prabhupada for me. Anyway, somehow he tolerated. But I heard recently he was giving a class in Los Angeles. He's in his 70s and he's the #1 book distributor in America. And he's not a proud person by any nature. He gives a class and just expresses his understandings in a simple way and asks for questions. And he was speaking on the topic of book distribution, that his personal practical service. And he said that I meditate that this body is like a driver, is like a car, it's like a vehicle, and that Krishna is the driver. And I meditate that, Krishna, you just drive me to anyone that you want. So all day he's out meeting people and he's thinking, Krishna, you want me to go to this one, you want me to go to that one. And he's very successful by his meditation. It's far beyond my ability. I've been on the street with Brigapati. I was just giving you that little insight that I heard. Is devotees are thinking Krishna's the doer, and it's just using me, but Krishna's actually, this is all going on by Krishna's arrangement. So these devotees may be seeing, or they are seeing from an energy of, from a consciousness which is expanded consciousness, whereas in the beginning it seems like he's got shrunken consciousness. He's not thinking of, Krishna's role as the cosmic controller. Krishna, you're my friend and you want me to kill my relatives, Krishna says, Arjuna, you're an Aryan. You're an advanced transcendentalist. What are you thinking about my family? Everyone in the universe is your family. Why are you just relating to a few people like this? Miserly. Krishna starts chastising Arjuna. Krishna, why are you chastising me? And Arjuna accepts Krishna in the role of a spiritual mentor, instructor. So there's some lessons in my life, and I'm getting them, as I said, not back in ancient history, but today, yesterday, every day. I had to shave off this false ego that makes me think I want to be prominent, but actually to put Krishna and Guru in the middle. It's like Prabhupada, he's given this position, he's established this culture where someone sits up on an asana above everyone else and, expresses Krishna conscious philosophy, hopefully in a confident and convincing way. And Prabhupada trained the devotees, and then he sat back and, okay, you take the role of the instructor, spiritual master. When we sit up here, we're expressing some mastership over Krishna conscious practice and philosophy. So Prabhupada, the spiritual master, indicated the need for some people to be teachers, or for all the devotees. What's that verse? Everyone should become a spiritual master by speaking about Bhagavad-gita and Srimad Bhagavatam and liberate everyone else. So this role is given, but we must not identify, I must not identify as a good class giver. I'm not anyway, but sometimes I may get on a bit of a roll. You think I'm a bit of an orator or something, but actually we're just trying to share a little bit of humble realization. It's nothing to the level of, very dedicated devotees, but I do my best every day and they have to go through a lot of trials and tribulations, corrections. I'm not sure they haven't ended yet, but it's a privilege to be the recipient of genuine spiritual knowledge, isn't it? We're getting the genuine thing. So I appreciated your points and Savadashi's points. It's a process of self-surrender. It's a process of finding out, what it entails to surrender to Krishna. There's different symptoms there, that we reject things that are not going to be beneficial, and we accept things that are going to help us in Krishna consciousness. One of the principal things that helps us is satsanga, devotee association. It's really, and that's why we have these forums where we can share our understanding of Krishna consciousness, because this type of association is very effective to set our focus, to control the mind and set our focus and priorities. It's very effective kind of means, and it's esteemed above all other practices to have the association of spiritually dedicated souls. Hare Krishna. We keep going for a while, or pretty 6:10. I think. Okay.
This point of everyone becoming spiritual master, it doesn't necessarily mean to become a Diksha guru, right? Is that right?
I'm very glad you brought out this point just for my own benefit. Because, like I said, sitting on a seat and, assuming that role doesn't mean you are a spiritual master. It means you're following the instructions of Srila Prabhupada to follow this culture of trying to share the knowledge. But, in fact, Prabhupada's spiritual master, and this is an important principle that for me, he said that platform speaking is not as important as one-on-one. So don't desire, there's no need to desire to be, esteemed. But it is important, it's a very important principle of Krishna consciousness, that as we gain, we share that we have that in our heart, that, people are suffering like anything in ignorance. Ignorance is getting so dense as the power of this advertising industry winds up and, deepens the illusion of material enjoyment, of self-satisfaction through material means. It's so, extreme, becoming more extreme. So we need to experience the positive alternative Krishna consciousness and be very open to, trying to uplift everybody, or at least whoever we come in contact with. Lord Chaitanya said, wherever you go, whoever you meet, tell them about Krishna consciousness. Amara Agai Guru Tana Tara E Desh. So everyone can be, help the different kinds of spiritual mentors, and just, helping guide someone. That's a kind of spiritual mentor, and we can all take that on to the degree that a spiritual master. And this way become a spiritual master. Just tell people about Krishna. Give them a book. Invite them to the Sunday feast.
Is it on? Yes, it is. What is the significance when Krishna says to Arjuna, never was there a time where you or I did not exist, nor all these kings, nor all these men, to help Krishna, to help Arjuna understand the need to kill his relatives? Could you say something a bit more about that?
On what particular vein?
Well, my understanding is that he's basically saying to Arjun, we're the eternal spirit soul, we're not these bodies, and so even though you're killing all these relatives, their spirit soul is eternal, and they're not going to be, who they really are is not being killed. But I don't know, just is there something deeper to understand around that?
I'm just trying to relate it to the point here that what we're understanding here is that we're not the controller. Even if Krishna gives us a position, but if we think we're the controller, then we become illusioned. So I'm just trying to relate it to that point, that we understand there's different subjects in the Bhagavad-gita, and understanding the living entity and the material nature are some of the subjects. So this is a subject that Srila Prabhupada personally just established, this principle on Krishna consciousness. You are not the body. It's not a rocket science. And Prabhupada has reiterated it, go over and over again. You can see you're not the body. You can experience you're not the body. It's changing. You're the person. And by establishing this principle, then the next thing is, who are we? Isn't it? Prabhupada would establish this principle. Okay, you're not the body, but who are you? You are somebody. What is the nature of the soul? So Prabhupada would preach Krishna consciousness, established on this fundamental rationale, wouldn't he? Over again in all the books, it's there, especially the preliminary books, this principle that you're not the body. And people never think of it in this dull, spiritually dead society, although any reasonable person will have to contemplate the fact that, yeah, that makes sense. Doesn't it? So, is that kind of... thank you you sort of answered your own question, really.
Why I asked it is, obviously, we don't kill our relatives because we know that they're the eternal spirit soul, and so it doesn't matter. And I'm asking it because I feel like there's something deeper there beyond that we're just listening to, that maybe I'm not grasping or not understanding.
I'm not sure either. I think one thing is that because we understand that that the body is not the soul, it's not a reason or what's the word? A justification for killing bodies, killing other people. Or they're not the body. Some crazy person may, rationalize and try to rationalize, some, murder or something, or by the fact that, well, they're not the body. But the point is, we wouldn't like it done to us. And that's mentioned in the Bhagavad-gita, that the true realized soul, he sees the equality of others by comparing his own experience of happiness and distress. So we don't want to, this is Arjuna's position. He doesn't want to inflict distress. And then Krishna has to convince him that we have to look above that on the spiritual platform. There's a reason that Krishna wants to, facilitate a war. And Arjuna, even though he might not see it from that particular point of time, he has to defer that Krishna has a plan. So thank you. It is a point. It is a relevant point, and something that can be incorporated. This is the longest class I've ever given. I'm feeling a bit embarrassed here. Usually people start walking out after a short time.
I was just in relation to what she was asking. I was going to ask, is it about the higher purpose? Like, obviously, he had the purpose, Arjuna had the purpose of, he didn't want to kill his relatives, but the higher goal was to fulfill his destiny and to, which is to follow Krishna's instruction, which is the higher goal. So is it about that?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a nice appreciation. He had to convince Arjuna that there was a higher principle involved, and that he had to rise above his concoction, his limited perception. Krishna says you have to control the lower self. These are natural emotions, in the material world, based on the body. And Krishna wants Arjuna to rise above bodily considerations and accept that there's a divine plan going on. Is that kind of on the lines?
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
Thank you. So these are very esoteric things that, this Krishna consciousness movement. It's based on very advanced principles of spiritual knowledge. We say advanced because we're advancing in this principle of letting go of our own limited understanding of things. We have a very limited, conditioned understanding, and it's maybe very different from reality. So, accepting the spiritual master, the representative of Krishna, his guidance, he's training us how to connect with Krishna's will, and that means understanding the principles of surrender, as we were saying, being careful not to indulge in things that are going to hamper our devotional life, like having intimate association with many people who are mundane. They're just like material thrills, but trying to befriend and get the support of people who are genuinely spiritually focused is a very big thing. And gradually we see the mentality of the devotional mentality. That's the thing we want to be like, a genuine spiritual person. So I think we better finish off there because time's rocking on. Thank you very much for giving me that opportunity, Ashray. I hope is it okay? Hare Krishna. Srimad Bhagavad-gita ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Actually, yeah.
Bhaja Hure Mana Sri Nanda Nandana Abhay Charanara Bindure Bhaja Hure Mana Sri Nanda Nandana Abhay Charanara Bindure Dulabha Manava Janam Satsange Dulabha Manava Janam Satsange Dharo E Bhavo Sindhure Dharo Hey Babo Sindhure Pajahure Manasi Nanda Nandana Abhay Charanaravindo De Sito Atapa Bata Barisana Edina Jamini Jagire Bifale Sebinu Kripana Durjana Bifale Sebinu Kripana Durjana Chapala Sukalapa Lagire Bajahure Manasi Nanda Nandana Abhay Charanaravindo De Edana Jovana Putra Parijana Iteke Ache Paratiti De Kamala Dala Jala Jivana Talamala Kamala Dala Jala Jivana Talamala Bajahu Haripada Nitire Bajahure Manasi Nanda Nandana Abhay Charanaravindo De Sravana Kirtana Smarano Vandana Pada Sevana Dasya Re Pujana Sakijana Atmani Vedana Pujana Sakijana Atmani Vedana Govinda Dasa Obhi Dasya Re Bajahure Manasi Nanda Nandana Abhay Charanaravindo De Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. We will sing a Bengali song, but the words are on the orange laminated sheets. Does that want to follow? Yeah. But at least you'll know what we're singing about. It will go into the Hare Krishna mantra as well before it's done. Oh, they're all good. But this is the particular song for this album. But it will become the Hare Krishna mantra. So you'll probably be okay. I'm just not at liberty to do something different. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale. So this is the song we're about to sing. It's got the two choruses, the two refrains, but we won't necessarily. Normally we sing verses 1 through 5, this refrain, verses 6, 7, 1, that refrain. But I'm right now singing the pranam mantras. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Procharine Nirvisesa Shunyavadi Pastatyari Suktarine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Procharine Sunnavadi Kiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arutika Shubha Jaya Gaura Chande Janavi Tatavane Jagamana Lobha Kibodokine Nitai Janvame Gadadha Nikate Advaito Srini Vasochatro Nado Kiboboshi Ache Gaurachan Ratna Singha Sane Aroti Korena Brahma Adi Deva Gane Narahari Adi Kodi Chamaradhulaya Sanjaya Mukunda Basu Gosadikaya Kiva Sankavaje Gantavaje Bajikaro Sala. Madhura mridanga baje Paramarasala. Shanka baje, Ganta baje, Mathur Madhur Mathur baje. Shanka baje, Ganta baje, Mathur Madhur Mathur baje. Shanka baje, Ganta baje, Madhur Madhur Mathur baje. Shanka baje, Ganta baje, Mathur Madhur Mathur baje. Madhur Madhur Mathur baje. Madhur Madhur Mathur baje. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Ki babaho koti chandadini vadana yuttala. Gala dese vanna mala Kore Jallamala. Iba Shiva Sukha Narada Premi Gado Gado. Bhakti Vinoda dekhe Gaurar Sangpado. Jaya Jaya Gauram Gande Arutika Shobha. Jano Vitata Bane Jagamanalopha. Gaurangera Rutik Shobha Jagajanno Manalopha. Gaurangera Rotik Soba Jagajana Manalobha Gaurangera Rotik Soba Jagajana Manalobha Gaurangera Rotik Sobha Jagajana Manalobha Jagajana Manalobha Jagajana Manalobha Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Jai Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Gaur Premanandi Hari Hari Mo. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki. Sri Sri Radha Govardhan Hari ki. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki. Go Premanande Hari Hari. Do we have a volunteer Damodarashtakam singer? Damodarashtakam? You can take the mic. Or you'll bring the chair.
Shri Damodarashtakam ki jai. Namamishwaram Sachidananda Rupam Lasat Kundalam Gokule Brajamanam. Yashoda Biyolukala Param Rishta Matyanta Todrutya Gopya. I will probably go higher. Budantam muhurnetram yumam rijantam karam pojayugmena santankanetram. Rudantam muhurnetram yugmam rijantam karam bojayugmena santankanetram. Swasakam Patririkankakanta Sitagrevam Damodaram Bhakti-badam Sakam Swasakam Patririkankakanta Sitagreva Damodaram Bhakti-badam Drikshwalila Virananda Kunde Swagosham Nimajantam Akyapayantam Drikshwalila Virananda Kunde Swagosham Nimajantam Akyapayantam Tadiyesitang Yesu Bhakte-jitatvam Puna prematastam Shatavriti Vande Priti Vande Varam Deva Moksham Na Moksham Vadimva Nachanyam Vrineham Vare Sharapiha Vrineham Vare Sharapiha Varam Deva Moksham Na Moksham Vadimva Nachanyam Vrineham Vari Sharapiha Deva Moksham Moksham Vadimva Nachanyam Vrineham Idam Teva Purnata Gopala Balam Sada me manasya virastam kimanye Ki manye matyanta nilay Vritam kuntalay snigdaray taisya gopya Idam te mukamboja matyanta nilay Vritam kuntalay snigdaray taisya gopya Kamboja matyanta nilay Muhusyumbitam bimbaraktatharame Manasya virastam alam lakshalapai Muhusyumbitam bimbaraktatharame Manasya virastam alam lakshalapai Muhusyumbitam Namo Deva Damodarananta Vishnu Prasida Prabhuduka Jalabdi Magnam Damodarananta Vishnu Namo Deva Damodarananta Vishnu Prasida Prabhuduka Jalabdi Magnam Deva Damodarananta Prabhuduka Kripa Drishti Vrishyati Dinam Batanu Grihane Shamamagnyame Yashidrishya Vrishyati Dinam Batanu Kripa Drishti Vrishyati Dinam Batano Grihane Shamamadyame Yashidrishya Drishti Vrishyati Dinam Batano Kuverat Majubada Mudvaivayatvan Tvaya Mochito Bhakti Bhajo Kritaucha Kuverat Majubada Mudvaivayatvan Tvaya Mochito Bhakti Bhajo Kritaucha Tata prema bhaktim swakam me prayacha Namokshigraho me stida mudareha. Tata prema bhaktim swakam me prayacha. Namokshigraho me stida mudareha. Prema bhaktim swakam me Namaste studamne spuradipti damne Twadiyodharayata vishvashadamne Studamne spuradipti Namaste studamne spuradipti damne Vadiyodharayata vishvashadamne Vadiyodharayata Namo Radhikaya Tvadiya Priyaya Namo Nantalilaya Devaya Tubhya Devaya Tubhya Namamishwaram Sachiranandarupam Lasat Kundalam Gokule Brajamana Sachidanandarupam Satkundalam Yashoda Biyalukaladavamanam Param Vishtamadhyanta Todutya Gopya Yashoda Biyalukaladavamanam Param Vishtamadhyanta Todutya Gopya Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Gauranita, Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita. Jaya Radha Govardhan-dari, Radha Govardhan-dari, Shri Radhe. Jaya Krishna Balaram Jaya Giri Govardhan. Krishna Balaram Jaya Giri Govardhan. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Nitai Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bo, Shishi Damodar Ashtakam Ki. To the Supreme Lord, whose form is the embodiment of eternal existence, knowledge, and bliss, whose shark-shaped earrings are swinging to and fro, who is beautifully shining in the divine realm of Gokul, who, due to the offense of breaking the pot of yogurt that his mother was churning into butter, and then stealing the butter that was kept hanging from a swing, is quickly running from the wooden grinding mortar in fear of Mother Yashoda, but who has been caught from behind by her who ran after him with greater speed. To that Supreme Lord, Sri Damodar, I offer my humble obeisances.
Filled with fear, and the necklace of pearls around his neck, which is marked with 3 lines like a conch shell, is shaking because of his quick breathing due to crying. To this Supreme Lord, Sri Damodar, whose belly is bound not with ropes but with his mother's pure love, I offer my humble obeisances.
Of Gokul, in pools of ecstasy, and is revealing to those devotees who are absorbed in knowledge of his supreme majesty and opulence, that he is only conquered by devotees whose pure love is imbued with intimacy and is free from all conception of awe and reverence. With great love I again offer my obeisances to Lord Damodar, hundreds and hundreds of times.
To give all kinds of benedictions, I do not pray to you for the boon of impersonal liberation, nor the highest liberation of eternal life in Vaikuntha, nor any other boon, which may be obtained by executing the 9 processes of bhakti. O Lord, I simply wish that this form of yours, as Balagopala in Vrindavan, may ever be manifest in my heart, for what is the use to me of any other boon besides this?
Encircled by locks of soft black hair tinged with red, is kissed again and again by Mother Yashoda, and your lips are reddish like the bimba fruit. May this beautiful vision of your lotus face be ever manifest in my heart. Thousands and thousands of other benedictions are of no use to me.
Unto you, O Damodar, O Ananta, O Vishnu, O Master, O my Lord, be pleased upon me. By showering your glance of mercy upon me, deliver this poor, ignorant fool who is immersed in an ocean of worldly sorrows and become visible to my eyes.
Tied with a rope to a wooden grinding mortar. In the same way, please give to me your own prema bhakti. I only long for this and have no desire for any kind of liberation.
O Lord Damodar, I first of all offer my obeisances to the brilliant ropes which binds your belly. I then offer my obeisances to your belly, which is the abode of the entire universe. I humbly bow down to your most beloved Srimati Radharani, and I offer all obeisances to you, the Supreme Lord, who displays unlimited pastimes.
Namaste Narashringhaya. Te Narashringhaya. Praladha Daine. Hiranyakashipur Vakshaha. Silatam kana kalaye, silatam kana kalaye. Ita nishvingha padato nishvingha. Yata yata yamitato nishvingha. Yato yato mitato nishvingha. Bahe nishvingha ridha ye nishvingha. Bahe nishvingha ridha ye nishvingha. Narashringhamadim sadhanam prapadaye. Narashringhamadim sadhanam prapadaye. Tavakara kamala bhare nakam adbhuta shringham dhalita hiranyakashipu tanu bringham keshavadvita narahari rupa. Jaya Jagadisha Hare, Jaya Jagadisha Hare, Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Tavakara Kamala Bhare Nakam Adbhuta Shringham Dhalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Bringham Keshavadvita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Keshavadvita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Keshavadvita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadish Jaya Jagadish Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Jagadish, Jaya Jagadish, Jaya Jagadish Hare. Jaya Nrsimhadev, Jaya Nrsimhadev, Dev Jaya Nrsimhadev, Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Jaya Bhakta Prahlad. Jaya Nrsimhadev, Jaya Nrsimhadev, Jaya Nrsimhadev, Jaya Nrsimhadev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Shri Lakshmi Nrsimhadev Bhagavan ki jai, Prahlad Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. But yeah, it's always nice.